Alright. Die. We all doing. I woke up at like 7 in the morning because when my cat was puking, puked several times for a little sponge. I had to clean a good amount of it up. The one I have a paper towel over. I didn't feel like cleaning up right at the current moment. It's still there. So I'm using a touch glove that came with my drawing tablet when I got it. It's like very apparent that I might need to get out the needle and thread and some fabric scissors. Because it is very much big on me. I have tiny raccoon hands. And I've had to do that for my other smudge gloves as well. Most of them end up being too big on me. So when I started some of mine a few years ago, I think I used either just a needle and thread or my sewing machine. A beast I still have yet to properly tame. And it, sewed up parts, sewed up so the glove so that it actually fits me. And the main one that I'm noticing is Pinky. Pinky is way too long for mine. I have to like put 2 or 3 centimeters off. But I'm probably gonna have to sew the new size first. Probably like invert it, then sew it. So I might have to put it on my non-dominant hand in order to sew it. Anyway, let me grab the actual smudge glove that I probably did have to sew. It's like really into it actually fits and go ahead, start drawing some stuff. So this is a fan character of mine for Twisted Wonderland. Her original name was Bridget. but I was switching it to Brigitte. So she has various nicknames, including Bridge. And I made her when I was like 16, 17. Yeah, I think I was like 16 when I made her. No, I think I was 15. I know, I've been in this fandom for a long time. But is character I've had for a while, and I have a bunch of things I need to do for her. Also, hello, Edis. And this is the old full body that I have for her, but I think I prefer the new one I made. Just to teach you a little bit. I don't remember why I had a face ref down on the to-do list. I'm just gonna script. There is one thing I do want to do as well. And I need to find it if I have the document. So this is my merch concepts document. So my merch document file. As y'all can probably tell, there is not much in here. But there are some things I felt like I could add. Let's go into the figures. I'll go with the magenta for this. I think I'm also gonna grab the section breaks that I made for my novel. And This is sort of the idea I have. Or, you know, this could look like it's basically going to be heavily based on the section breaks. So over here, the flowers and the symbol in the middle. As you know, one of the possible concepts. I might make you one where it's like all of flowers for all the major characters and all that. But I feel like, and for those wondering why I chose specifically is revenge, like why bookmarks. Well, as I am currently trying to, you know, write novels, thought it would make sense to, you know, make bookmarks as a writer who plans on, you know, eventually publishing a few books. But I actually have the time to write a bunch of books. And I should probably take my but yeah. I don't know if I'm going to just grab these and just trace over them or anything like that. And There are other things I might do as well. So I might do some stickers. Do, you know, wax. You know, just like this. Where she is looking at you, the viewer, like in eye contact with something else. I could also do the cat. Of Revenge, or the time capsule. Hey, time capsule. So. Miss Banshee facial markings. And her good old squirrel tail. Who could ever forget a Primrose's squirrel tail? I refuse to forget her squirrel tail. Is going to look slightly silly because this is a sketch of what could be. Old Big Mama Cat. Ultimate Mama Cat of them all. So now that the convention is over, I have some money left over from when I was saving up. I could order the stickers for the trick-or-treaters, but I think I might wait to do that. Until it's like August or something. I'll probably wait until then before I even think of doing anything like that. Anyway, as I've started, I'm gonna take a break. You know, from this. I actually have a kitty with me. Hi, little. Hi, little. You. She likes to meep meep. Meep meep. So, I need to figure out a way to elevate my drawing tablet a little more. The current way I have my drawing tablet set up, and I've had it set up for a whole time, not the best on my back. Look. Welcome back from ads, everyone. My glasses back on. So I'm going to go grab Hydrangea. Specifically her Krista form. And something else I felt like I could do, because I'm really starting to think of possibly, selling some of my own art. Possibly starting off with stickers. I can sell like Ko-fi or eventually make a shop on Big Cartel. Because Etsy has a bunch of fees. And those fees could mean I might end up selling at a loss. I also need to start figuring out other stuff as well, because I want to start off by the stickers I made last month. So the scary guy and all that. Those are going to kind of like be a bit of an, for Halloween. They're going to be a bit of a test. See if people actually would like to buy stuff that I drew by hand. Like, see how people like the free stickers I hand out, and then I might be able to, set up probably my Ko-fi. In order to, possibly sell the stickers, and then if the stickers get popular enough, I can then expand into stuff like prints. And then once I'm comfortable enough with doing so, I might even start doing stuff like keychains and enamel pins. And I'm going to have her tail, which starts around here. That's gonna swirl around here. Of course, this is going to look a little awkward. Mostly because, you know, this is literally just a concept. This is not... I don't think this is going to be what it actually looks like when it's done. I just wanted to get a concept on paper. So, Itty Bitty Calico is snoring. Yeah. Is sort of the idea I have for it. Of course, this will likely end up changing depending on how I'm feeling about the whole thing. But I plan on starting with mini prints whenever I actually do start making prints. My plan is to... So basically... Yeah, tier it sort of like this. Get some text and I'll explain it from... So the top one is going to be what I'll be starting off with, and then the bottom it will be what I'll end up making in the future. So the first thing I'm going to start with is stickers. Those are really cheap to get manufactured. They only cost like about $1 for each, you know, sticker to be manufactured. And then, if the stickers do well, I can then probably start making bookmarks. And then, if those do well, I can do... If those do well, then I can do A4 or A5 mini prints. I'm not gonna go with, you know, super big prints because mini prints have become more popular. And then I can do, you know, acrylic keychains. Then so basically, I can do something like this. I can start off over here with the stickers. If the stickers end up being popular enough, I can then go down to bookmarks. When those are popular enough, I can then start possibly doing some mini prints and possibly also sticker books. I can go to acrylic keychains, enamel pins, and depending on how popular my store gets, I can then make standees. Acrylic standees, to be specific. And original character stuff has been getting more popular as well. Especially at, conventions. So, while I might also try and make some, fan merch, or at least try to make some fan merch, I'll likely make some of my more favorite Umas because that don't get a lot of love in global yet, because most of them are not in global yet. I'd have to wait a few years for them to come home, especially Phenomeno. But I remember when I was going to that con on, last week. I noticed that there were basically no merch themes of Matikani Tannhäuser or Mambo. The fandom mostly calls her Mambo because her actual name is very long and difficult to say sometimes. Especially if you don't know how Tannhäuser is pronounced. It's a German word. But I noticed that there were basically there was nothing of her. There were, the fan favorites. There was Goldship, Haru Urada, possibly some of the other Umas that were there at the start of Global. Or, I think there was also Oguri Cap. And even with the figures that I was able to find, I was never able to find a Mambo. Even online, on Etsy and stuff. So I might not be looking far enough or more extensively enough. I noticed a severe lack of Mambo, even though she is out in Global. She's one of the easier Umas to get because she is like a 2-star. Or not a 3-star. And I was even able to get mine to 3-star. So I think if I am to expand into fandom and stuff, Uma Musume is probably going to be the best bet for me. Even though I don't really do a lot of... Even though I don't stream myself playing Uma Musume, I haven't really played it in quite a bit, I still really like the characters. Other anime I could do are Like other popular media could be Delicious in Dungeon, the Hades games. Maybe even Legend of Zelda. Or like... I could also do Infinity Nikki. Or like... I could make fan stickers. Like sticker designs for those fandoms. And you know... like, try and do like a 50-50 split of original content and fan and content in terms of my stickers and other merch. As, of course, but that's probably something I'll do once I, start off with the trick-or-treaters and giving out the stickers for free to the trick-or-treaters. So to kind of get a feel for if people are interested in my art. But I feel like that would possibly be a good way to start, and then if I, get a bunch of people interested in my art, even if it's just people in my neighborhood, I can then possibly start selling any excess that I have on Ko-fi. Like, I'll start off with Ko-fi because it's the platform I have that I can actually sell physical goods on. So, if I have excess, if I have excess of those, I can sell them for like $5 each. Then, depending on how many people actually order them, and if there's like demand for more of the cat stickers, or like more stickers of different characters, either of my own creation, or demands for me to make stickers from the fandoms I'm in. And then start, doing small batches of those stickers. Not gonna buy too many of those when I, start actually doing that. I might start off with just like 50 stickers of a single design, so that my, space is not overcrowded with stickers that I have no idea how to get rid of. But I do want to eventually do that sort of stuff, because I think it could be a way to, have some kind of income. Like, try and get my name out there. I also do Twisted Wonderland. But right now, the things I'm doing for that fandom right now are, you know, digital goods. So I don't know if I'd actually be able to do anything too much with that for now. I'm able to actual proper pieces of the characters. But that is, you know, something I can do for that. The little girly Bob. He's nomming on grass. Why are you nomming on grass? Oh. Uh-oh. She Newman. She zoomin'. She boomin'. But yeah. That is... Upon doing, like... When I actually really start properly making a shop, first I'll probably have to get a business license from my state before I can actually start doing that. Which I'll probably have my mom help me with that because she also has her own business. She doesn't sell stuff, but she does have experience with, you know, business stuff. So I'll probably like ask her, you know, when the time arrives that I need to register a business in my state and get a business license. I can have her help with that. And I could make it a joint venture with my mom. You know, try and have her help me get, like, depending on how popular my stickers get when I do make them, I might have to recruit her or my dad to help me package everything and then ship them out. But luckily, because stickers are pretty small and they fit in an envelope, I likely just need to use letters. I actually have some letter sets. I'm gonna figure out where they are. I have 2 letter sets. They are Pokemon themed. Because of course, so they were like bucks each. But I could probably use those as mailers, so I can get proper mailers. Because, you know, eventually if I am going to, you know, make I am to eventually make a bunch of, you know, things and stuff. If I am to, you know, do this, you know, part-time, I might have to start actually ordering proper proper packaging, especially with some of the bigger items like, you know, the prints. Now, the stickers and bookmarks, I can easily just, you know, put them in a regular envelope and ship them out. It's when you get to the keychains and enamel pins, standees, and mini prints that things get difficult. But anyway, I'll see y'all in a few minutes. Anyway, welcome back. I'm actually gonna go a little different. Web. Because these are two characters from a story I'm currently making. Or at least planning out. Oh. Elevator butt? That's a major elevator butt. But one of the big things about the characters, or at least this one over here, he actually has an affliction, which I named it Mage's Malady. And it's a chronic illness that starts pretty young. You know, like a lot of chronic illnesses do. Rena is rubbing her face all over Senshi. You like your Senshi toy? And it tends... Hold on. And it usually starts as a discoloration in the torso. So like the upper body. And then it progresses to the extremities and the head. And when it progresses to the head, sometimes the scleras in the eyes will turn blue. Like the entirety of the eyes. And Nettle here, hers has progressed, you know, it has advanced quite a bit. You know, one of her eyes is blue. But she uses charms in order to kind of hide her condition. I'm gonna switch to think this Vermilion. But the main plot about Nettle here is that she is, you know, researching how to cure, you know, not really cure, but the best way to manage her mage's malady. She experiments on herself. You know, using ingredients that she finds. And basically, so the condition is currently also the name of the story. You know, Mage's Malady. And it's one of the driving forces of the plot. So Nettle encounters Gavin, who is this guy who looks like he could use several days asleep. He is a foreign diplomat from a country that Nettle never heard of because there's a whole ass mountain range separating the two. And I think I'm going to make it so that a huge valley recently turned up in the mountain range, and that led to Gavin and being able to more easily go through the mountains into Nettle's homeland. And the reason he is even going into her homeland is because his people want to try and build a railroad through that valley. And therefore connect the two nations and providing opportunities for commerce and stuff. And allyship. And currently the most direct, the current best location for one of the railroad stops is actually in Nettle's village. So I might try and add a bit of, chronological development of Nettle's village into a town. Of course, Gavin needs to get to the city, which is a few days away from Nettle's, hometown. And Nettle also needs to go to the city anyway to report some of her findings about what could help with, Mage's malady in terms of, managing it. Which, for Gavin, Mage's malady isn't really something that is all that heard of because Mage's malady seems to only affect people who are capable of magic. Which pretty much everyone who is born in Nettle's country is capable of magic. Including Nettle herself. But it seems to affect only a small amount of people. And it tends to affect them young. At least when the mage's malady starts to set in. It tends to set in around puberty. Like the beginning of puberty. else I am referencing. That is the seer from Ifi Nikki. Specifically in certain aspects of Mage's Malady, that you'll end up seeing in Nettle especially. Because, you know, the chronic condition that progresses over for a long time. Some people, it progresses quicker. Some are able to stall some of the progression with medicines. But it is a slow process of Mage's Malady eventually consuming. And Mage's Malady is part of Nettle's motivation for becoming an apothecary in the first place. Because as Nettle started being affected pretty severely as a young girl, I'm probably gonna make her an orphan, like someone who was, you know, in the care system until the apothecary who helps her, you know, meets her and eventually decides, after, you know, little Nettle, who he has a different name because there is going to be a bit of a culture thing where people from her country have a given name which they use during childhood, and then a chosen name which they pick when they are adults, like once they, you know, go through the ceremony to officially become adults. Some people will choose to keep her given name and never use a chosen name, but Nettle is one of the many who choose a new name for themselves once they reach adulthood. That is why she is named Nettle. It's also because it's a plant that historically was used in medicine, I think. From a cursory look at the wiki, Wikipedia. But the main thing I wanted to do for Mage's Malady is I want to try and make it swirl a little bit. Like, a Van Gogh a painting. Like, you know, Starry Night specifically. Is sort of like what I want it to look like. Like, possibly. And the Mage's Malady in Nettle has progressed to the point where her left hand now is sort of clawed. So it's kind of like, you'll see, Mage's Malady has pretty much taken over her left arm. And for those who wonder, how does Nettle, you know, conceal her Mage's Malady? It's through charms and spells. Those that are woven into her clothing with embroidery. There is an inside layer to her bandana specifically, where likely I'll probably have it be like an inside layer, or like the underside of the bandana is embroidered with runes that conceal her Mage's Malady from prying eyes. So that she, you know, doesn't get a bunch of questions. Because she feels like some people just never mind their business when they find out that an apothecary has Mage's Malady. They constantly ask questions and distract her from her work. And while she originally sort of tolerated it, especially when she was, you know, first starting out in her apprenticeship, she eventually was just like, this pisses me off. I do not want to keep having people ask me these questions when they are meant to be here to ask. Or like, if they are here to pick up medicine, then why are they talking about me, the apothecary? So because of that, she, you know, has that charm. The bandana. She never really takes bandana off unless she is like going to bed. So she does also have her, you know, parents altering charm on other pieces of clothing. Or sometimes she wears specific jewelry in order to, you know, conceal that aspect of her appearance. She is not a big fan of because it, you know, just reminds her of the fact that there are things in her life she still does not fully know how to cope with them. Still not fully sure how to really figure out her sickness. That is partially why she, you know, chooses to accompany Gavin in his journey. Which, Gavin is not the actual protagonist or the POV character. That is, for the most part, Nettle. But her mage's melody has progressed pretty far. To the point where he constantly has to wear her charms, you know, whenever she is going out. The only time she can really, you know, not wear those charms is when she's at home. And by then, she has to really confront the reality that her life is never going to be the same as most people. She is, you know, going to have this condition, you know, this malady, for basically her entire life. And she is, because of that, she is making it her life's goal to try and find a way to make it easier for not only herself, for anyone else who is ever going to get Mage's malady in their life. I could a little more. Yeah. I actually gonna go ahead and take a little BRB break. I need to go use the bathroom, so I'll be back in a few. And now I have another cat in this room. Back for my bathroom break. Yeah. Yeah. So this is probably gonna be what Nettle looks like. He is not wearing any of those. Oh. Arms that still hurt. Fun fact, I actually wasn't too sure about what she was going to look like, or what even her name was gonna be until I made her in Tomodachi Life. I made her and Gavin in Tomodachi Life. They're currently together. They are sweethearts. But yeah. I'll have to figure out more. Including, you know, the colors of her outfit. But yeah. This one? Wait. This is a girly. Meow meow meow. Pretty pop. Alright, she got 2 minutes of a section. Let's take her for a little while. So she can be insatiable. When it comes to desiring attention. I'm also gonna make another concept. And it's gonna be for a character from a different story. And it's gonna be her. It's gonna be Ilya. He is back. Okay, I'm still really proud of how I did this wood texture. Like, I am really proud of how I did this. It looks nice. I'm also pretty proud of how I did the color panel as well. And I do need to make a proper design for her. But for now, I think I'm gonna do a little bit of a sketch for what an Ilya print could look like. I should probably make the order. Yeah. So the reason there's this big shadow is because I use my document camera, which I typically use for hand cam and cat cam. You know, in order to take a photo of it to submit it onto, you know, the canvas shell. Yeah, I'm really proud of this one especially. Texture. But I think for, you know, this one, I might make it look like. So for probably the hydrangea print, like if I am to make certain prints, I might make some, you know, that look a bit like stained glass, or at least have a stained glass-like background. So I might actually make a print based off, you know, this project I did for my last semester. And, you know, I could make some prints just generally based on art I did for my classes that I have, you know, done already. So I probably need to check my grade for my creative project. Yeah, this here was actually the first project I did for my in-person class last semester. I don't know what I'll be doing with this fully, but actually, I'll do something a little more like this. There, Ilya is, you know, looking more at the sky. So maybe, possibly. Dirty Bob, what are you doing? Crying. I think she might need a toy. Oh, I didn't mean to bonk you on your head, but I'm so sorry, Max. Hold on. Go get you your toy back. I need to give her some playtime. Might take a little longer than the intermission. And if to, you know, play with her a little bit. Of course, I'm probably going to be using you know, .3D references in order to, you know, make this print idea. And of course, I'm also going to make sure I give her her mullet. Something I did when I made this was I made this, strand a little longer than it usually is. Kind of have that billowing in the wind a little bit. And I can probably have some billowing like that. Then, there's probably gonna be might make a purposeful constellation. Maybe I can secretly make it lost.jpg. Then when like do Artist Alley, people could be like, is that lost? Is that fucking lost? And then I just smirk at them like, yes. What if it is lost? Or, some kind of, meme image that I think would be funny. I could do Rick Astley. Like, I could probably, like, post the drawing. And it'd be like, there is a little secret in the constellations. Will you be able to find it? And then I'll possibly receive a bunch of comments saying, oh, how dare you? Because yes, I am a silly person by nature. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have this illustration be relatively simple. The main thing about it is, going to be the stars that are going to reference some sort of meme. So there are a bunch of other characters that I have, and I've yet to really use anywhere other than like projects and stuff. For my classes. Like Ilya here is a big example of this. And there are some other characters I have yet to actually use at all. I'm probably gonna try and rectify after the write-a-thon and, before August. Which write-a-thon is approaching very, very soon. For anyone who is like, this write-a-thon. It's a capped subathon. Where it's basically like, I want to write my novel, but I feel bad about just doing a whole 2 months straight of writing, so I'm going to incentivize y'all with some rewards. Which actually, I have one of the images. And these are some of the rewards. I actually forgot to add the top 3 rewards to this when I made this on Canva. But these are all in US dollars. So you can give $10 total. Now do a half-minute lunge with both legs, so a minute of lunging. And of course, just because, ad revenue is, tends to be relatively normal for me. I'm not going to add the ad revenue to the write-a-thon rewards. But basically, the amount of money given that will be counted for the write-a-thon are going to be bits, gift subs, and Ko-Fi donations. Or, Ko-fi donations. And I also have, like, soundboard stuff that y'all can use in order to, use the bits with in order to, engage with stream and make it a little more fun. But these are all in like $25 increments. Do I like millipedes? I think they can be. Let me look up what millipedes are. Also, thank you for the bits. The write-a-thon has not started though. That is in June. What's a write-a-thon? If you know what a subathon is, you probably have some kind of idea as to what that the write-a-thon is. It's basically a subathon event. I actually have an image explaining it. It's basically just a way for me to make the 2 months where I'll be writing my novel a little more rewarding for my viewers. Basically, the first 2 hours is going to be writing. The second half is going to be something else, like video games, hand cam, stuff. All that sort of stuff. But ads are gonna start pretty soon, so I'll explain it further once the ad break is over. Because I do an intermission every hour. So I'll be back. I need to give my itty bitty calico some attention. She needs her toys. I'll explain everything once ads are over. See y'all in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. I think I should explain the Write-a-thon real quick. So, basically, the Write-a-thon is a subathon, which, for those who don't know what a subathon is, it's basically, you know, you give money, whether it's through bits, gift subs, or some other way, like, you know, donated through Ko-fi. And there is usually a list of rewards for certain goals that are reached, along with personal incentives. And these are some of mine. I might have to change the name on model to like a thank you wall document, like a thank you wall file for my, you know, to draw for once the write-a-thon is over. That is if you contribute $1 in total. And then there are, you know, awards for the top 3, which I actually have over on my Google Doc. Which the first, or for the person who contributes the most, they get a free icon, like a free profile picture drawing. It fully rendered all the bells and whistles. And then second is a free colored sketch or emote art, which is a static emote. And for the third place, custom Discord role. Of course, those who are in first and second also get the custom Discord role. And the contributors, if they don't want the reward, or to excluding, you know, the Discord role if they are in the Discord already, they can easily either decline the reward, or which will be verified in direct messages on either Discord, Blue Sky, Tumblr, or whatever platform from the contributors and I both share. Or they can save the reward for later. Like, redeem the reward at another time. Especially if they are, you know, someone who wants to eventually, you know, become a VTuber themselves, but they don't have any model art. Or like they are working on an official reference sheet. They can wait until they actually have that, and then they can redeem the reward. I will have a document in place to track of who has acquired the rewards and who has yet to redeem the reward. And of course, I'm also gonna keep a document, probably like a spreadsheet or something, if I can figure it out, to keep track of who contributes the most to, you know, who contributes the most to the write-a-thon within the 2 months that it occurs. Which it begins June 1st and ends July 31st. I might remake this. I might remake the do things here or a little later because it's currently on Canva. Also, because I have Chrome out, I should go and check Canva. Canvias. Cybersecurity incident update. I got 85 out of 100. Not formatted correct. Polarity score 0.0%. Oh yeah, completely original. Well, at least it was. I got 85 out of 100. And according to the professor, he said he enjoyed seeing and reading about the digital drawing that I made in response to the art I encountered in the semester, and that I worked hard on getting the images where I wanted them to be, but would have liked me to make a stronger connection to the material in the course, and, you know, correctly formatted the reference list. Which probably should have included some images. You know, the images I used, you know, as reference. But yeah. So there is one thing I wanted to do as well. I'm gonna make a new file. This is something for, like, you know, the future. Like when I actually get to a point where I, you know, have things I can sell at artist alleys. But something I did want to do was you know, make an idea as to what I could, you know, do for my artist, if I ever vendor at a con, whether it's in artist alley or vendor hall or something like that. I wanted to, you know, try to make some kind of concept as to what I could do. In terms of, you know, what I could, you know, possibly make. So this is going to be an opening where, you know, where I can see the people who desire her to purchase a thing. So probably do something like this. Of course, I plan on using a tablecloth. I'll probably see if I have a Halloween themed one already, but I might go to Michael's next month or in July because that's usually when they start having a bunch of Halloween stuff. So for the front, I'm probably going to have, you know, those like grid walls people have. So I like have a portfolio book that, you know, explains certain things and characters and stuff. Just drawing stick figures and the like. I'm just gonna draw just this that can, you know, it'll be, you know, the portfolio. Which I plan on, you know, because I plan on, you know, having a bunch of OC stuff as well. I plan on having some like a portfolio book where it, you know, explains the characters a little bit. So, like, nothing too extreme, but enough so that people can know what the character is like, you know, and their, you know, character. And around here is probably going to be like prints. Like around here will probably be, you know, the shop name. This is just a concept for what I could do. This will not be the, you know, actual design of everything. And over here on the sides, I can have my mini prints. Actually, maybe on this side, I like make a grid of the prints that I have. And then over here is going to be all of the prints that I have. These little semicircle things are just, you know, to represent stickers. Then of course I might like go here, have like when I get to the point of, you know, possibly having them over here will be, but this is of course for when I, begin. I think, around here, I might have, bookmarks. So instead, but of course, this is all going to depend on, how much interest there is for, my own things. Now, I'm gonna go switch to this purple. And this is going to be sort of a top-down view. Of, what everything could look like. And it was sort of like over... I can kind of... separate the grids. Then over here is going to be the stickers and bookmarks. And then, of course, behind all that is, going to be, where me or whoever's with me will be sitting. And of course, probably some stuff, behind, or any of the bigger stuff. Like, or like, in order to restock anything that I have. Of course, upon, getting proper containers and all that stuff for all of these. And then the extra goods is probably going to include, like, bags and stuff. Just in case. Big bags, small bags, those little baggies that you pull on the top, pull on ribbons to scrunch it up. That is, what I could do. For all of these shenanigans. Whenever I eventually become someone who can, have booths at Artist Alleys and conventions, or even art fairs and that stuff, I want to make sure I am fully prepared for what will happen. And that includes, just general preparations. And of course, the grids are gonna likely be pretty expensive. I remember when I was looking, like, last night, I think I got, grid boards for, Artist Alley. Grid shelves that are, modular. Magda, what are you doing? But yeah. I'll likely have to, figure out what I can get. What might be easiest for me to acquire. And then figure out, I don't want to invest in it unless I know I have the money to, pay for the grids. And I might have to paint some of them into the colors I want to use for my brand, which are black and purple. I can easily get black ones, but purple is harder to find. I can't really find any purple anywhere, so I have to paint white ones purple. But anyway, as I've started, I'll go ahead and take a little break. And I'll continue yapping. That is being silly. Oh, she's on my plushie. Biscuit plushie. Someone wandered away while I'm agile. Anyway, I actually finished my to-do list. But I think I'm gonna make a... see if I can make a new one. I could work on my fanfic headers again. Hmm. Sure what I am gonna do. Wonder what I could do. Okay, I do have Madeline. I also have Edelnacht. This is from several years ago. Probably need to remake her a little bit. I think she's from like 2023. So like when I first started using this, you know, application. I also have Kaltane. I haven't really done anything with her in a while. I'm actually gonna work with Ilya. So I'll found a to-do list for what I could do. I also have this character. Here she is from the same story as Madeline. I have not worked on this in a long time. So I might, because I actually plan on eventually writing the story that Madeline and Amaris are in again. I might try and rework their designs a little bit. Alright. So I also don't have many sticky notes left on my current one I'm using. There's 4 left on it, which means I can eventually go to another sticky notepad. Which I have a bunch of sticky notes anyway, so I might as well use them up when I have the chance. It'll last me another few years, maybe. You know, all the current sticky notes I have. So J-D-I. So, the main thing about Ilya's, main thing about Ilya that I want to kind of like, want to mention is that because of, certain aspects of her design, I don't want her face to end up too cluttered. And this is what her old hair used to look like. She kind of like had these front bangs, but I feel like this short hair design and this mullet design suit her better as a character. I kind of wanted to make her mark. I wanted to at least give her this sort of marking. You know, this. I didn't want to put it, you know, here because then it would not only interfere with her scar, but it would make the center of the face more cluttered. But, and adding this here kind of looks like there's blood running from her mouth. I might do something like this. Maybe. I wanted to at least give her some sort of facial markings. Because that is, you know, a part of her character is that she has markings on her body. So the markings are on various places. I think I'm gonna grab one of the references. I want to try and add a bit of a collarbone to her. So, and make it look a little more masculine. Because Ilya is inherently one of her inspirations, like original inspirations, is Link from The Legend of Zelda. That is the character she is first based on. You know, he is one of her first inspirations. You know, the silent protagonist. And all that sort of stuff. And because of that, I wanted her to sort of look like him, but also not look like him. I do want to try and add, you know, this general I think I'll add a teardrop. As well. And I want to try and make her look unique, especially compared to the rest of my other characters. And one of the big things that does set her apart from my other OCs is, you know, she has a big scar on her face. Like, literally, that is one of the biggest aspects about her that you just can't really ignore. And I might make her markings vaguely inspired by the Zonai ones and Tears of the Kingdom. So Ilya is, meant to be very much defined. And in, her form. She very much has are aspects that define her in the story. She is, defined by what she has lost. Because she is someone who has, at a very young age, essentially lost everything. So this is bald Ilya. This is short hair Ilya. And this is mullet Ilya. So I'm gonna go and start doing a little bit of dating. So but yeah. That is honestly a little weird. Maybe I need to add that to here. Huh. This is honestly a little weird. Gotta look this up. Gotta look this up. Right? I think I figured it out. But anyway. Hopefully it worked now. Hell yeah! I need to eventually develop designs for some of the other characters in Ilya's story. You know, the story that Ilya's in. I already have the genre sort of set out. It's, you know, high fantasy and revenge western. And for anyone wondering how in the world you end up with a story like that, it's simple. You add a character whose name is Rune, and they're a cowpoke. Which I think is the gender neutral term for cowboy. I'll continue working on some of the shading here. And we're approaching the final intermission of the stream. Now I'll take a little longer for. So I'll, you know, do the intermission and all that. Then I gotta lock in and, you know, do all of this. And I think I'll figure out a way to incorporate her old hair into her design somewhere. Like probably like, you know, what she looked like in the past. But yeah. And now... and all of that. And now I'll see y'all in a few minutes. Alright. I'm back. I'm pretty hungry, but I'll figure out what to eat. I'll eat something significant after stream. You know, I'll just have a highlight to curb my hunger in the meantime. Anyway, back to Ilya. I think I'll move her armor king over here. Then move those over there. I'm gonna make a sketch of her full body. When I added Ilya to my Tomodachi Life Living the Dream Island, the first thing I gave her was lasagna. Guess what ended up being her super all-time favorite food? Lasagna. She also likes fruit, mostly fruit and veggies. I honestly find it a little funny. So I might try and make Ilya kind of like broad in terms of, you know, her width. Because she is, you know, an adventurer. She is pretty strong. Because of that broadness, I'm going to especially show it in the shoulders. But she's gonna have a relatively boxy build. She looks a little awkward right now, but that can be easily changed. just doing this and like this. Erase the there actually. So now I'm going to work on the actual reference for possible full body. So I'll try and have this sort of be it looks like. And first add some of the chest, other, hiding forms. I think that is where the hip dips are meant to be. So I'm going to quickly remove the ruler so that I can do her chopped off ear. No? Yeah, I want to try and have Ilya be like inherently, masculine. Because I just have her show evidence of androgyny. Because the character she is inspired by is inherently androgynous. It'll be good. It's not meant to be perfect, but it works. Oh. Those are her arm markings. I think I also have these markings as well. Everything that is not around here, I'm not going to worry about. It's mostly going to be covered anyway. I think for hair, I'm gonna probably do, her pixie cut. Or not pixie cut, her mullet. And the base sketch is done. Now I'll start off with her adventurer's outfit, which I go into my assignments folder and grab the thing again. Now make it purple. This. And she has the gloves as well. No. Add to there. And of course, her boots. This, I believe. They're gonna be kind of like a plain leather-ish color, like brown, dark brown, maybe. So ads are in 6 minutes. And then we do her pants. Actually, let me add the lines from the Gambison. Let them, contour a little bit. And now it is time we do it for this as well. And now we go ahead start the asymmetrical aspect. around here is where it ends. So it's like that. And then that goes like this. Right? So I remember these, little belt things took a long time to actually draw out while I was making this. So the original project. Was, pretty annoying. But I think in the end, for, the sake of, making sure the design is cohesive is worth it in the end. Of course, I plan on drawing her on bigger canvases. In order to really show off some of these details. Anyway, Agile has started. I'm gonna continue drawing though, because I want to try and get this somewhat done. And I think that is the adventurous outfit pretty much done. I'll take a break before I draw the western. So now we only have like 27 minutes until stream ends. And tomorrow is gonna be the beginning of the Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. That's gonna be very exciting. I've been wanting to do that for a while. So yeah. That'll be something I'll do in the future. And I plan on also playing that game throughout Write-a-thon as well. So, like, the final 2 2 more hours of the stream will be that. I don't know if I'll be doing any art streams during that time. It's very likely I might not, because I'll be, you know, working on the actual novel. So the important part, which are the words. So getting the actual story done. However, if the, you know, if I finish writing the novel before the end of July, I'll prematurely end the write-a-thon, and then I will probably do some art streams. But anyway, ads are over. Welcome back. It is time for a Western. And for Western mode, I plan on having Ilya, you know, wearing a poncho. I don't know what kind of design motif it's gonna have. But it is going to, at the very least, involve triangles and lines. On the bottom here, I'll add some yeah, that's something that can be done. I might keep the gloves from... No. The original version of the outfit. Like her adventurer outfit. Because, no, why not? You should have gathered some more references. You know, cowboys stuff. I didn't have the time. He's, of course, gonna wear assless chaps, because I said so. I don't think I'll add tassels to it, though, because tassels are a pain to draw. And this design is already... Ilia's design is already getting pretty complex as it is. So... I'm just gonna... actually keep parts of the... design just... relatively simple. Just a bunch of shapes. All that. But yeah. I think I'll figure more of this out once I, get to properly making her full body. But this is her usual adventuring outfit, and then this is when she is in certain locations. Because I wanted to include influences from, old westerns. Possibly, and, samurai movies, because samurai movies and, old westerns that tend to take inspiration from each other. Like, pretty often. So, because of that, I might take inspiration from both. Because Ilia here also uses swords, just for the most part. Knives and the like. Anyway, let's add the most important part of her design, the scar. It is the most fundamental aspect of Ilia. That scar. It's one of the biggest... It's an aspect of her that reveals a lot about her character, and that her past is not the greatest. That she experienced plenty of suffering in her lifetime. Yeah, I think it would be funny to, start mixing certain genres of, stories with each other when I kind of start picking other stories other than Patchley's Revenge. Because you know, the characters I was working on before, you know, Nettles, her story is, you know, a combination of both high fantasy and sci-fi. Because I thought it would be, you know, it would play into certain themes of the story, which are, you know, cultural exchange and all that. And I really want to play with that idea of, you know, genres colliding and interacting in specific ways that they usually might not interact if they are just, you know, separate. And fantasy and sci-fi are kind of like two sides of the same coin. And I feel like there's a lot of potential for, you know, having those two genres interact. Like, you know, here be dragons, but also here be laser guns. And the best part of both fantasy and sci-fi, they have weird creatures. But yeah. I have a few minutes to sort of dilly-dally. You know, work on certain things. I also need to eventually figure out how to sculpt the model for, you know, some of the Pathways Revenge characters. Because it, you know, comes to characters like, you know, Patchouli, Dahlia, Osmi, and Hydrangea. Those four characters specifically, they have very, very complex, you know, they have very complex parts of the body. You know, like, Osmi and Hydrangea have antlers. There's Patchouli, Dahlia, a few other characters including Grima Chroma have complex horns. Dahlia's horn is relatively simpler, but I still want to, you know, try and make some 3D models of of at least the horns and the tails. But for Patchouli and Osmi, I might actually try and make an actual head sculpt so that they, you know, look cohesive and consistent from every angle. And especially if I am to make this into a game as I originally planned, I might have to make 3D assets for the game anyway, depending on how I want it to look. That, and for some of the sprites, due to how complex some of the designs can be, or like how they might be complex, I'm going to likely, you know, make a few models in Blender or to, you know, help figure out how I'm going to make them look. And, you know, have that be sort of a finalized version of them. I might do some UV mapping as well. Or something like that. Or make, you know, a mesh, like a texture for the models so that I can draw certain things at different angles. You know, especially for Patchouli. For Patchouli, I might actually make a full 3D model of her. I don't plan on, you know, fully making her design. But I do plan on, you know, doing certain things. But I think I'm gonna work a little on this. You know, until stream ends. Which, yeah. I plan on, of course, working more on the document where I have all the stories that I want to eventually do and write, which, depending on how far the write-a-thon rewards go, y'all will likely have the chance to pick out what that story is going to be that I work on next. However, if not enough votes are, you know, placed, because, you know, I don't have that big of a following anyway. You know, regardless. But, yeah. Anyway. For this outfit for Nettle, and, you know, the outfits for some of the characters from, you know, her country, I want to mostly use a bunch of cool tones. I know sci-fi is usually associated with cool tones, and, you know, fantasy is a lot more vibrant and colorful. So I wanted to sort of show that in, you know, this outfit of Nettles. Because the current outfits for these two, this is basically just the actual clothing wasn't that important. I just wanted to get their faces and heads done as some kind of like concept. But eventually, I plan on, trying to find some inspiration and for, all the characters and, developing what their clothing looks like for the countries they're from. Story of Mage's Malady. It is, the world building is a heavy aspect of the story because it, shapes many aspects of the plot. So that's probably going to be what I tackle first. Just before I even write out any of the chapters. I'll probably start off with a, vague diagram of what the story progression is going to be. Then I gotta heavily lock in regarding all of the world building. So, basically it's going to be figure out some of the story beats or like the main flow of the story. Little bits like, subplots and stuff will be figured out later. Then I gotta figure out the world of the story. Cultures and all that. I already have some ideas for specifically Nettle's home country. Yeah, but Gavin's is still a bit of a mystery. I think I'll have this be sort of this red. Kinda like tie it in with her bandana that she wears pretty often. But yeah. I'll take that color from her Mage's Malady and add it to, the rest of her. But yeah. We go ahead and finish up this color for the pants. And yeah, that is Nettle's outfit. At least what I think it can look like. I might change the color of this part because it's very noticeably different. It's meant to be sort of different colored from that, but allow me to explain what will be going on for the next 2 days. So tomorrow is going to be the start of Baldur's Gate 3. I'm very excited about that, but I'm probably going to be in PNG jail for that stream along with tomorrow's stream because it's a pretty beefy game. And Friday is going to be me writing fanfiction and stuff, you know, so I don't have to worry about some of it before Write-a-thon. Next Write-a-thon, if I finish the actual story, I might work on some of the fanfic I have yet to work on. And if I, you know, finish the story before the end of July. But, yeah. That'll be the next 2 streams, which are going to be the last actually properly scheduled streams before Write-a-thon. I gotta continue working on the promo post part of the Write-a-thon. So, yeah. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye!